Alrighty, let's get this started. Seems like the bot is having a little bit of an issue, but we'll go for it. We'll just start by debugging a little bit. It seems like it's getting... I need to turn on some sound. Cool. I'm almost ready. Yeah, the good news is that the bot is giving some good answers. This one took a little bit of while. Why did it take so long time? Anyway, yeah, we got good answers. So that's really nice. That's what I've been working towards for a while. So we'll start by looking into that. And let me just hear. Yeah, everything's fine. There we go. So we'll test that out. And if you're here live, you can do it with this is an exclamation mark AI. And then whatever you want to ask it about. And then I have to pull it up on the screen, the actual answer. But that's it. And I will talk a bit about how it's built, why it's different from ChatGPT and all those. Just one more thing. There we go. So why it's different from ChatGPT. I just set it up a couple of days ago. I think I got it to work really good yesterday. And I'm already using the chatbot. I think it has a lot of potential. Then I will go into how to improve it even further, actually. So, yeah, and then there are a few things that has happened, but let's start if you are actually here. Then let's start by how it's actually working. So I have to be online right now I have to be streaming in order to use it. So that's a limitation, so to speak. But right now I am online. So if you want to try it out, you can do that. But the way we do it is essentially move that one away and then take my chat. Here we go. Should have the desktop, yeah. So here we have the chat, right? So this is how you're using it. So essentially just go into the chat, write AI, and then you can say what is X1. That's a Martinus term. There we go. Then it's sent to the bot, and the bot says, yes, I'm starting to generate the answer. And the last one took quite a long time, and I don't know exactly why. Let me look at it. I'm running on 2 computers. That's why you cannot see what I'm doing right now. So I want to do like this. I want to do like that. I think I will do a video of it, how it actually goes, and then move it from one computer to the other one. So I can see right now we have 2 answers running, and yesterday it took like 20 seconds to get an answer, and right now it seems more like a minute or something, and I'm not quite sure why. But it seems like it's dependent on the AI called Gemini, which is similar to ChatGPT, and it could be slow. So that's an issue. But we can look at we can actually take a look at the actual answer, and just give me 1 second. I'll do this. Do that. Okay, so here's one of the answers. Should be able to see it. And they just keep running. That's a little bit concerning. Shallow. Okay, but here's an answer, and it's not. I need to do some formatting of it. So far, I've been chatting to the chatbot, and that's actually giving some. The layout of the answer has been better. So here we see the raw input, which should have been what I've been asking about, and for some reason it's not in there. I'll figure that out. And then we got the response. So it comes from this one here. So we cannot see what has been asked here. What it basically says that based on the provided documents, there's insufficient information to actually answer, and then it will probably go on saying a lot of things. This is great. I demoed for one yesterday. That went pretty good. Let me do another one. AI. What is the living being? And it's there, it's running. It was literally running 40 minutes ago. Why is it always like this? It seems like it's stuck on something. Just gonna stop it all. See if that actually helps. Where did it get stuck? Yeah. Abort error. Okay, let's just try another one. Maybe it just got stuck. So we are asking again. It's actually running. I have a backup plan. But I don't need it because it worked. It was stuck, the system, in some ways. Anyhow, so now I've asked what the living being is. Then I go to this one. I have to fix why it has no raw input. That's kind of weird. Anyway, so we know I've been asking about what the living being is. Insufficient information. Yeah, that's probably... No, that's right. I'm just checking if everything is fine. Going straight into debug mode. So it gets the question. The bot gets the question. It gives a good answer. So that's not the problem. This one gives a good answer. Living being is at the core, so something is wrong here. There's one more chance. That seems okay. Raw input. Weird stuff. It's gonna be a 115. It's definitely the file, yeah. Ah. Wrong keyboard. Okay, it hasn't moved the file yet. That was nice. Some infrastructure thing. Almost there. Here we go. So now I got two files. You cannot see where I'm pointing with the mouse. But anyway, got two files. So let's see what they are. That's nothing. That was the one that broke, I'm sure. And here is the where it actually generated an answer. And obviously it's a hard read. So let me see if I can do anything. Don't know how. If you're on a mobile phone, this is impossible. AI answer, select font. I think I changed this as well last time. Let's do 32. Let me ask the bot to write a little bit shorter. That's one of the things you can do. So right now I have asked it to, where is it? I think I wrote 300 to 400 words. I think I'll write, I cannot do that here. Why not? I need to clean this up a little bit. There's a little bit too many. Let's say 200 to 300. Should be able to. I'm not. Why can I not change that? Alrighty. So this is the answer right now, and it's let's just let me ask for something else. Let AI, what is x1 according to Martinus? Answer in bullet points. Let's see if that works. Okay, so let's go with this one. So essentially we have the input. That's the, what is the living being? That was the question we were asking, right? And here we get the output. And this is right now, it's in something called JSON, and that's, I have to fix that. So it's a more readable thing. Anyway, so here's the answer. The living being is, as its core, an eternal and immortal something that is. And here is the new thing, these square brackets. It says the eternal world picture 1, and then this section 2079. That's a reference. So I might do that work today on the stream. Just try to, because I know which one this one is. I have a database where I can look that up. So it's easy to replace this with an actual reference. So the idea here is that you can go and check whether the bot is correct. So that's the first, that's one thing. You can do it as a human. But what I will show in a bit is that I've also set up an AI that can actually check whether this is right. So this AI says the living being is, as its core, an eternal and immortal, something that is. And it has read that in section, this section, right? So so that's one AI that does that. So what I've done is taken another AI and said, okay, you have these sections that are used, and you can, and someone, I don't tell it it's an AI, but someone has decided that based on that section of text from the work of Martinus, this can't be written. So that AI actually takes this text that is written and the actual text by Martinus and check it against each other. And if it's okay, it says it's fine. And if it finds some disrepresent, if it's not disrepresent, whatever, if it's not the complete, if it doesn't align, it will say there's some good and bad in this. And some of that actually comes here at the bottom. And I know it's a very hard read, but in the fourth last, I wish you could actually see my mouse. That would be very helpful. Anyway, there's a conclusion here, and that conclusion is actually the AI that checks. So here it states the generated answer is mostly accurate. It never says it's completely accurate because it doesn't know. But it says the generated answer is mostly accurate in its claims, with the majority of them support majority, right? You don't say too much, right? The majority of them supported by the cited sections. There are some minor citation errors, and the reference list is inconsistent, containing unused references and several duplicates. Is that even right? It's really a horrible formatting here. I should really get that fixed. Are there any equal numbers here? I don't think so. That's the problem, right? The test can be wrong. There are two equals there, actually. So that's right. Some claims are also supported by more than one document, but the tool has correctly picked up on the correct section ID to cite. Okay. And the actual quality report is like 2 pages or something. I've just taken the conclusion. That was enough. I can probably put it in there. I'll make a copy of it and show how much information you can actually get out of that. Anyway, so I know it looks not too great here. I can definitely, it's a layout thing right now, more than anything. So, like that. Did the other one finish? No. I'm using an external model, and I think it's actually, I don't know what's going on with it. I think I will push a little less info. Right now it's basing its answer on 50 sections. I'll come back to where they're coming from. Just gonna kill that one. I don't know why it hasn't done that before, but let me see if I cannot. Do that. I know why. Wrong keyboard. That's an issue, having 2 keyboards. That sucks, man. I'm such an idiot. Okay, it's actually working. Wonder where I have written like 200 zeros or whatever I put in. That's not the one I want. Why is it? Here. Let's make it 150 to 200 words. You can pick whatever. You can ask it to make a blog post. You can make it do whatever, basically. There are some. It's never good when things are written more than one place, but we'll take it. Save. Move that one. To the chat. Whoops. Gonna move that one. Let's try that one again. Maybe it died because I asked it for bullet points. I doubt that. So now it's taking 30 minutes to get this up and running. It's great. So it started. Perfect. And it worked. Yeah, it's in the chat. Got a Discord channel. Check that one out. I should also change the video to the newest one. Let me just do that. Got a new video out. There it is. Come on. Kind of forgot to to do marketing on it. I did not publish it anywhere. There we go. So let's do /video. Come on. There we go. So this is me. And the video is about why some people are always exhausted. It's based on a book by Martinus. And go take a look at it. It's I think it's a little bit better than the other ones I've made. So give it a shot. Let's move that way. And let me just do this. I do a little bit too much off screen probably, but too bad. Not much I can do about it. So that's the video. Nice. God damn it. Okay, I was in the right one. You saw it, right? I have two screens and they're pretty big, but it's not enough. Damn it. Okay. That was the video. That was the Discord. What else should I talk about? We have tried out the AI. I think I'll go over how it's actually made. It's quite simple in a way, but it's also something. I mean, I spent like 1 or 2 days creating it, So there are a few things that makes it pretty. I think it makes it usable for the first time. It's actually something where I'm like, if there's something I like to know, I will actually ask. I've literally thought about earlier today and yesterday, I should ask the chatbot about it. There's also a chat version of this. So yeah, it's actually helpful. And you can literally ask about whatever, right? And the cool thing is, it's also stating when it does know. So if you say, where is Martinus born? This is not the only thing. The only thing it has is the Book of Life. It's the Eternal World Picture, and it's the minor books or the small books that is translated. That's the knowledge it has right now. And as far as I know, there's nothing about where Martinus is born. So this one, it should actually reply, I don't know. I don't have the information or whatever it says. Essentially, it shouldn't say, I cannot answer that. And that's quite important because I used a normal LLM like ChatGPT earlier today, and it asked me to send it a document in a link, and I did that, and it looked pretty like it was okay, and then it crashed actually, and so I restarted, and I sent the document again, the same link, and it just completely made up what supposedly was in that document. So but because I had some issues with some, apparently layout is my thing right now, so I tried to copy paste the bullet point list, and the indentions were different and it all got squeezed together, and I was like, you can just send me the document. So it already had the document, so it completely figured out on its own, or made up that it had actually seen the document. Oh, it's such a nice document, never seen anything, right? And you want to avoid that. So yeah, what else? Let's ask about what is x2? Let's see if I can break it. What is the triune principle? What else? What else? Sorry. What is the solution to the mystery of life? It's those kind of things Martinus is writing about, right? What is the... I had to remember this. What is the male pole? And female pole. It's just... It has number 5, so it should be in there, yeah. Book of Life 5. It's there. Yeah. So if you're watching, feel free to try to ask the bot about something. I can see there are some viewers here. So if you want to try out the AI, just write this AI and then whatever you feel like. And I've prompted it quite a lot. So let's see what happens here, right? So just gonna stick to this one. I should update this a little bit. So right now we have 6 unprocessed. So we have 6 answers. So let's get the first one. There might be a couple of them that's... And if there's a bullet point list in that, I cannot tell. I think I need to fix the formatting. This is ridiculous. The chat version is it gives another. It removes all these ends and slashes and all that, and it actually makes it look quite good. This is just ridiculous. But anyway, so we can start with the conclusion. The generated answer contains some factual inaccuracies and several incorrect citations. So that was not good. The answer provides a basic overview of X1 according to Martinus, but is occasionally misrepresents or incorrectly attributes information to specific sources. So there are essentially two AIs. Maybe I should just show you what it is. If I do this. Okay, I can read this. According to Martinus, X1 is one of the three principles that constitutes every living being, along with X2 and X3. And here again, we got the reference. So this is something that I found in the Book of Life 3 section. And this is not the section, this is an ID. So it's not the, I can find out which section it is. Maybe we should try to do that. Make a check of it. Give me a second. It's 24:45. I think that's completely made up, because that's not the Book of Life. That's the eternal world picture. That's the eternal world picture. So that doesn't work. Do I have the chat here? Should be that one. Is there any X1, 2, 3? Yeah, it's actually here. So when I express this principle as the truth is due to the fact that its appearance can be found with three indivisible realities or principles, is constituting a condition of existence for two us. X1, X2, X3. So I think that part is actually. So what is wrong here is it states Liebesboat 3. That's made up. It's just a guess. But I actually do know. If that number is correct, I'll just fix it. But it is guesswork. So could be wrong. In Lisboa, these realities are termed x1, x2, x3 with the same reference. The analysis in Lisboa shows that every living being consists of something of the universes x1, x2, x3. That's kind of not... Yeah, okay. That's a long debate. Together, these three principles constitute the condition necessary for something to appear as a living being. Okay, it really takes a lot from that one. The figure in the middle of a symbol, It's the absolute analysis the same as 0. The figure in the middle of the symbol. So on the page we actually have the symbol about Lisboa. So that's the symbol he's talking about in that section. Which is fine. But it's written about x1 1,000 times. So picking that one is kind of odd. But that's a whole different story, and it's not really the AI's fault. It's the same as the 0 in the A column in the number system. So that one is actually from Lisboa, I'm pretty sure. 668. I know the section ideas a little bit. That's the first 1500 or something is Lisboa. The absolute analysis of the eye can only be that it constitutes something that is Lisboa again. X1 is also the fixed point from which movement originates. Yeah. It is the eternal something, and it goes on and on and on and on. Okay. So there are one thing I would say that was not completely precise, and it actually called it out. So that's kind of, I would consider that like sending up a rocket that you hope get into space. And if you're really, really lucky, it also lands. And in this case, it went to space and then it blew up. That happens. So let's try the next one. Where is Martinus born? And this is sort of the one information I don't think I will put in there because it's really important to be able to test something that you know that the AI doesn't know. So if you can put that in there and it never says, I know this. So this is an example of testing how much it's actually guessing. So based on the provided documents, there is insufficient information to provide a detailed answer to the query about where Martinus was born. Perfect. The rocket is flying, right? Brilliant. The available information primarily discusses the concern of and then it states a lot about what all the information that was actually given to it. So that's pretty cool. Next one. What is X2? And the answer provides a generally accurate overview of X2, but a few of the statements lack precisions or could be improved with some editing. Okay. And one statement appears to be missing an appropriate citation. So right now it cites making references for each single line, which is kind of a lot. But for now it's probably the best. Or for the best. So let's take a look at it. What is X2? Output answer. X2 is a significant concept within the Martinus world picture. It represents the faculty to create. Faculty, I guess it's the ability in my wording. Or the creative power of the universe. Creative power. That's one of those where I would probably, maybe it's right. My English is not good enough for that one. This faculty is invariably unveiled by the results of the ocean of created things that constitutes the visible universe. It is a nameless something that has the ability to create, which is evident in the unfoldment of nature, the microcosmos, and the microcosmos. X2 is also described as the divine creative principle. This principle is absolutely eternal in its nature. In symbol number 5, X2 is represented by the middle area below the white area. Okay. It is the area where movement and all consciousness originate. That could also be X1. Anyway, just how you look at it. In the analysis of the universe, X2 is a faculty to create an experience. The I or X1 is connected only to X2. Yeah, okay. X2 is the foundation of the individual's superconsciousness. X2 contains the supreme command over a kind of creation. Furthermore, X2 is linked to the fate element, an organ that stores, linked to, it's part of X2, I would say, organ that stores the living being's abilities and talents. It is in this eternal body that the individual gathers experiences and knowledge. X2 can be considered as a fixed point from which movement originates. Nah. That's more likely X1. Without X2 and X3, existence would be a nothing. It allows the nameless something to appear as one and many. X2 is also what allows for the... Okay, so it also, there are some things that's not precise, right? And that's also what it states. So what I would do, or what the next step with this is, if the assessment comes back that there are inaccuracies, then it should loop one more time. It should have the feedback of what is inaccurate, and it should fix it, basically. And then it should evaluate it one more time, and it should keep on doing that until a certain amount of time. And if it cannot find an accurate answer, it should just say, I'm not capable of doing that. I need some air in here. It's so warm. Oh, that was nice. Maybe something to drink. There we go. So things look pretty good until now. It's not doing It's actually working. The rocket is getting into space and it's exploding, which is okay. Next one. What is the... I'm also asking some crazy questions here. Generated answer is generally accurate, but contains inconsistencies in the reference list. Specifically, the list includes references that were not cited in the text, while the reference section is missing entries. The information, however, appears to be supported by the sources. Okay, so this one actually states what's in there is correct, but it's just the references at the end that's wrong. And honestly, I can take the references from the text and generate the list below. I don't need that, really. So let's give it a shot and hear what it has to say. The triune principle is a fundamental concept in Martinus world picture. Yes. Representing the basic analysis of the universe and the living being. It's really warm in here. It's described as, well, okay, let me just read it. Representing the basic analysis of the universe and the living being. Yes. Eternal World Picture, 2093. Should I do another check? Let me do that. 2093. It's this one. Yeah. And that one. And here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I live in a city. So things are happening outside. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's an avalanche pretty close. Let's go to desktop. Here we go. So this is where it comes from. The triune principle. What was it? Again, we were looking up. It described as the foundation of the living being. Okay. But how have babies who become let me just skim this. Their indecent bodies, blah, blah, blah. That no living being is created from nothing, it's transformed, blah, blah, blah. More stuff. I cannot find that. That might be wrong. Did I take them wrong? Right one. I have a bad feeling about the references. I haven't really checked them well enough. Well, I'm getting the bad feeling right now. So, what is it actually taking this information from? Anyway, this principle is indivisible. Faculty is great. If any of these elements were absent, the others could not exist. Yes, the I can be understood as x1, faculty is created as x2, and that which is created as x2, 3. These three are not separate realities, but are three analyses of one thing. This one thing is the divine something, yeah. Triune principle is often symbolized in Christianity as the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay. The Dream principle is the relevant of life's greatest mystery, the solution to the riddle of existence. This principle is the absolute basis of life, and the other analysis of life is possible. Principle is the absolute basis of life, and no other analysis of life is possible. Yes, because okay, and it goes on and on and on. Let's find something a little bit less abstract, like what is the solution to the mystery of life? Yeah. Okay, so here we get one. The generated answer actually reflects the content of the source documents with minor inconsistencies in the reference list. The good news is that the reference list is pretty easy to redo. Okay, the 12-pointed star in the symbol expresses the solution to the mystery of life. So we don't have the symbol, but I know which one it is. The symbol represents the revelation of divine light based on culminating harmony, wisdom, and love. The solution is radiant and warming mental sunshine. The solution to the mystery of life is not found by looking out into space or discovering the constituents of atoms. The solution to the mystery of life cannot be found in terms of weight or measures or by mere material research. The solution to the mystery of life is the revelation of the eternal laws of life, the immortality of living beings, the identity of the universe as a living being, and the commandment to love one another. Interesting. 26. Yeah. Did one smart thing. That was to put all the fate of mankind, world redemption. What the heck? It is a different one. I was just confused that both were chapter 5. Thought it was the same. It's not the same. It's two different books. Alrighty. So what are we looking for here? We are looking for the AI. We're looking for solution to the mystery of life is the revelation of eternal laws, and so forth. What is this great solution? Let me just see what he's talking about. Oh. Is he talking about the... Okay, yeah, in which the high solution of life can be acquired, not only as a belief, but as knowledge. So here he's talking about that there is a solution that you can actually know. So that's what he's talking about here, right? It is so simple and straightforward that it has already been expressed through millennia in the form of the divine words. Everything is very good. So that's the solution to the mystery of life. Case closed. We can stop here and we can go and have some fun instead. Well, this is funny, right? So, but as this analysis cannot be accepted by modern generations except in the form of science, I talk about that in some of my videos, and Martinus is obviously talking about it as well, that there's a period of time where you believe in faith, religion, and so forth, and then your intelligence start to develop or evolve, improve on the religious area, and then all these old sayings in the religions, different religions, they don't really work for people anymore. They become a little bit naive. They're 2,000 years old, so that's a different time. And today we are much more sophisticated. So we need facts. We need to understand it. We need to know what is going on. And that also implies at some point, or comes to the what is the meaning of life? What is the solution to, what is the big solution? The one that's all over, all of them. Anyway, it will therefore be the calculation of the solution and intelligent, coherent change of thoughts. Coherent change of thoughts. He uses that a lot. Anyway, that will be the central feature in the new creation of faith, elevation of culture, or world redemption for mankind. But as such, a logical, I can make it even bigger. But as such, a logical, coherent chain of thoughts cannot come into existence except in the form of a revelation of the eternal laws of life, the immortality of living beings, the identity of the universe as a living being, as a true Godhead, and in the form of a revelation of the great commandment, love one another. As the source of the harmony of life, then the desire for scientific analysis of these problems will thus in reality constitute the religiousness that the great host from science and irreligiousness and of free thinkers today unconsciously represent. Wow. So there's something about the and he goes on. Let's get back to the other one. So that's definitely something in there. So it's kind of works. I should probably get the AI to check the references. It has the data, so that's fine. Cool. So the solution is so simple that it has been expressed in the word. Everything is very good. Basic solution to the mystery of life includes the fact that everything seeks equivalent. I cannot pronounce that. And that is the I. And that the I is the deepest source of our existence. The unfulfilled wishes are oscillations of energy that can only be brought to a halt by being brought into balance. I have to look that up. I don't know if that has anything to anything. Sometimes he writes things in a way that maybe it makes sense. The satisfaction of these wishes must come about when the being no longer has its physical organism. The being's religious hunger can no longer be satisfied without their intelligence. The solution to the mystery of life is the 10 basic answers. That's just flat out wrong. That's 12. The road towards alignment. Let me see if I can give it some more info. So now I'm gonna do the same thing again, but I will give it so I will take the same one again. Go for that one. And then I will see what happens. Just gonna close the door. Are we good? No, we're not good yet. Maybe, I don't know. It's the free version of the AI I'm using. So maybe I'm getting bombed down. But it's worked pretty well so far. But seems like it's getting stuck again. That would be annoying. Why is it stuck? Alrighty. So 50 sections might have been a little bit too much for the AI. It has worked flawlessly for 2 days. And it might just be okay, that worked. It's just about to say it might just have been a Sunday afternoon issue. I'm not gonna read that one. What is the solution to life? The generated answer provides a decent summary of solution to the mystery of life according to the provided sources. There's a misrepresentation of the source material. Okay. Let me ask what are the 12 12 basic answers to the mystery of life. Just provide me them as titles. A bullet point list. Not sure how well that's gonna go. Let's give it a shot. Yep. And the answer is incoming. I think I can put that one. Yeah. Oh my God. Answer the 12 basic. Let me use the TTS.
Input. What are the 12 basic answers to the mystery of life? Just provide me them as titles in a bullet point list. Response. To output : hashtag answer \n the 12 basic answers, which form the solution to the mystery of life, are symbolized in a star figure eternal world picture 3 hashtag SEC02347. Each of these answers is represented by a numbered section of the star eternal world picture 3 hashtag SEC02294. The first basic answer is that \something is \, which means the universe itself Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00733. The second answer is cause and effect Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00560. The third answer is the manifestation of the universe according to a plan Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00561. The fourth basic answer is that all of nature's processes and phenomena are identical to consciousness Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00736. The fifth basic answer is the living being Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00563. The sixth is the differentiation between \I and \it Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00564.
What?
The seventh basic answer is that the \I is the primary cause Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00565. The eighth answer is the \triune principle Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00751. The ninth answer is that the living being is manifested in God's image after his likeness Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00567. The 10th answer is rebirth and immortality Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00783. The 11th answer is the formation of fate, expressed as whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00682 Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00803. The 12th and final basic answer is that everything is very good Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00682 n. These 12 basic answers, when understood, can never allow a person to be the same as they were before this understanding Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00722. This solution to the mystery of life is not something that can be found by physical travel, but requires understanding through the science of life's mystery Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00723 Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00571. These answers are an expression of life's greatest analyses Liebesbog 3 hashtag SEC00682 n hashtag references n eternal world picture 3 hashtag SEC02294 n eternal world picture 3 hashtag SEC02347 n Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC00560 n Liebesbog 2 hashtag SEC SEC00561 backslash N asterisk Liveitsbog2 hashtag SEC00563 backslash
Got
N
it.
asterisk Liveitsbog2 hashtag SEC00564 backslash N asterisk Liveitsbog2 hashtag SEC00565 backslash N asterisk Liveitsbog2 hashtag
Just want to hear
SEC00567
the
backslash
conclusion.
N asterisk Liveitsbog2 hashtag SEC00571 backslash N asterisk Liveitsbog3 hashtag
Oh my God.
SEC00682 backslash N asterisk Liveitsbog3 hashtag SEC007.
It has a really interesting conclusion here. There are no hallucinations. That could be a hallucination in itself. But then it takes two of them to hallucinate. So let's say there's a 1% for a chatbot to, or large language model to hallucinate. If you have two of them,
the generated answer accurately presents the 12 basic answers to the mystery of life, providing correct citations. There are no hallucinations. The answer is well formatted and complete.
I don't know if it's well formatted. That can be discussed. Anyway, so the idea is basically if there's 1% hallucination, is it makes things up. It makes things up all the time, but it actually makes things up that are wrong. And we don't want that, right? And then if you have one that generates the stuff, the text, and then you have another one that checks the first one, and they both have access to the same right material. In this case, it's the text of Martinus. So the risk is if you only have one LLM or chatbot, that can hallucinate, right? With 1% chance. But then the other one, to have them, you see what I'm saying? If they should hallucinate one thing, if it for instance said there are 13 answers, basic answers, then the first one, then the second one should make the same mistake. And if it said 14, which would also be wrong, at least it could hopefully see the discrepancies between the two answers and say, something is wrong here, right? This is not okay. So that's the idea. To have that, to have it, have a check, have the checks right. So is there one more? No. Let's keep it with that right now. There are some answers here. I can see the references need some work. I would like to actually check. They looked okay, and that's the problem with AI. It looks okay, but it's really not always okay. So, yeah. I talked about the new video. Go and check that out. You can always find it by typing command video. And it should be there. Maybe not. What is going on here? Apparently nothing. I think we'll check it eventually. What the heck? There we go. It just takes a while. Let's talk about the architecture. I already talked a bit about it. Let me move that one there. So here is my there goes OBS. Anyway, so this was how I thought I would do it, and I might come back to that one. But the one I'm using right now is built a little bit different. Have I made the prompt here? Wallow. So we're gonna do it like this. So here we have a human. That's the chat. And again, feel free to put something in the chat. That'll be cool. So here we have a vector database. That's essentially the same as we had up here. But in this case, it simply just takes the query, what is the living being, and it looks up sections from Martinus' work. And yeah, I've talked about it several times how it works. So essentially take a chunk of text, and then you have some mechanism that can make, it's called embedding. So you essentially, in this one, I hope make it a little bit bigger. There are 3 areas, and this is essentially a 3-dimensional coordinate, X, Y, and Z. And these embeddings, they use, the one I'm using right now, I think it has 700 something, close to 800 dimensions. And some of them have like thousands. So essentially it has some math, some algorithm, formula, whatever. I don't know how that works. Besides that, it takes the text and it creates these vectors, which is essentially one point. In this one is 3 dimensions, right? But the other one is like these 700-800 dimensions. And the idea is that text that are similar, for instance, if you, I mean, we could just, let me just put a word in that says religion. AI religion. So now I've put it into, so here comes the query and it just says religion. Then it does the same embedding again, and it takes whatever is close to that. So if I said apple, then I would get all the text chunks or text sections that are close to the apple if I ask for that. And now I've just asked for religion. So it will take whatever that number in space. So if it were 3 dimensions, I would get 3 numbers, 0.5, 0.2, 0.7 if it was an apple. And then I will get all the text chunks close to that. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, think of it as a filter for figuring out related text. So when I write religion, it will find, based on math, no AI. Well, the embedding is a little bit AI, but nothing like nothing like ChatGPT or anything. It's just putting in the word, and then there's some magic math going on, and it finds the related text chunks, basically. So what I have done the last couple of days is before it was just really raw. So I took the Book of Life and I just took 1,000 words at a time, and it's just cut it up, and then it did this math thing. But Martinus' work is actually made in a way that each section in his work makes sense on its own to a large extent, so it makes a lot more sense to take each section. So that's what I have done the other day. Basically, instead of putting it into these chunks of 1,000 words or characters or whatever it was, I have chunked it by the sections, basically. So when I ask about religion, here, I will get all the chunks that has to do with religion. So now I have something to work with. So the next thing that happens, then there are some things where I have to put it all together in one text and things. It's not so important. But then I get into what should I use for an agent? What have I used for an agent? It's just that one. I like this one. So here we actually have it's called generative AI agent, and I don't know how much of an agent it actually is, but that's the system thing we're doing. So we have, let's do this, move it here, that one here. So these are text. What the heck? Don't do that. Text chunks, text sections. So all what we find here goes to this one. Or goes into that's gonna be fine. Enough is enough. So this is the actual Martinus text. So there's nothing wrong with that. At least that's the assumption here. There shouldn't be any. There's nothing. Let's not go into that discussion. That should be fine. So that goes. It is fine. Don't worry. The Martinus text are fine. So then we go into generative AI, and it's this one, right? So it has these ones, and I can use these ones as well. Do this. Oh. Don't do that. So here, let me make it a little bit smaller. Here we got our LLM. This is actually Gemini 2.0 right now. Also use 2.5, but there are some limitations, so we don't use that. Don't do that. I don't use the memory right now, but because there's no use for it. Nope. So I will just do, I think I'll just delete it actually. Can you stay together? There. So that's what that one is using. So this one has a long prompt. Like when you talk to ChatGPT, you ask it to let me know about this and put it into this and this format. Here there's a long story. So I tell it what role it has. It's specialized in answering questions about Martinus' world picture based on only the provided text. So we're literally telling it that the only thing it should do is to take this one and only use that text it gets to base its answer on. So that's why we can get rid of some of the hallucinations, some of the things it's just making up. And then we give it the user query. We tell it what it has to do. It should strictly use the text it has gotten to make so make a detailed answer with inline citation and a consolidated list of references at the end. And maybe I should drop the references and just make them myself. Anyway, that's not for now. So we are asking the agent here, this agent, to use the text to make that. And there's a lot of instructions on what the user query is, how to synthesize and do different things, how long it is, how to cite things, how to make the answer, how to make the references, a lot of constraints. It's pretty long, and that's because there's a pretty solid model here. So that answer that comes out of this one is actually the one we see here. That's the response, the output, basically, down to the conclusion at the end of this document. So so that would actually be right now that's our answer actually. So what is the next step here is to take this one. So now we have our let's just call it our answer. Answer to user. That's actually what we have. We could send that back. That was how the first versions of the AI stuff I've done has been working. What we do now here is bring it all. Copy. We have another agent, and this is the evaluator agent. So what that one does is essentially take these ones. Can I do something like this? So I take the section, the text sections here, they are the same. That's Martinus' work, so that should be, it's the same thing, right? And then this one takes the answer here and compared here and goes into how good is the generated text. And that's the conclusion. Oh, shoot, sorry. Forgot to change that one. So, yeah. I added this text section here, right? And the evaluator agent. I can't remember if you already saw that one. But anyway, so the idea here is we have this vector database that brings in the text sections. And that goes into generative AI that creates the answer. And then we have this evaluator agent that compares the answer generated by this agent, the generative AI agent, with the actual text. So that's the conclusion we have seen a couple of times. And that's actually a longer document than the one created by the generative AI, but I'm only taking the conclusion. So, and then we have here, bring answer and conclusion together and send it to the user. So that's basically how it's done. So the new things, it's a huge improvement to this. I think that's, I need to clean up a little bit of data in it, but essentially that's ready. It has the sections. I could put some articles in there, but let's just try not to keep it more complicated than it has to be. And then this one is, I mean, you can always tweak that one, but for now it's at least not horrible. I think it's actually decent. And this one is decent as well. So that's the first step. So what I would like to do for the next step so let's copy all that. That is to loop it basically, in the sense that squeeze this, squeeze all this a lot. Expect this to be somewhat the same. Who knows? We will have this one as well somewhere. That would be a complete answer there. Anyway, so what if this one actually sees something that has to, that are two things I would like it to be able to do. One thing is get more information. And the other one is improve how should I phrase that? Boom, boom. It's improved on, let's call it assessment so far. So I might have to do it the other way around. So this one makes an evaluation, right? Then there has to be a Something along these lines. Not sure I want that one. Can I do that? This one? Oh. How do I write that? How do I do that? So here I want can I do that? I just want to there is one if it's okay. Something like that. Text OK. Okay. Then it goes and gives the answer, right? So that's the easy one. The assessment is fine. But now we want to have a loop. If it's not okay. So I do this. And I would like to flip this one. Can I do that? Flip, flip, flip. Edit. Yeah. Not how I wanted it. Okay, cannot do it like that. Need to do it like this. I just have to flip it like that. And that's answer. Not okay. Here. Answer. Okay. And that's this evaluation, right? This one goes this way. And somehow this agent maybe this is where our memory comes in. I'm gonna assume some things here. We put this one in here. Make that smaller. I have to test this, but let's just assume that this agent actually can remember this. It can actually remember what it answered. So far, so good. And then I need to move all this. So something has to happen here. And I need some prep improve agent. So what I wanted to do is, so all this one does is evaluate. So if the evaluation is fine, we'll just take it and we go from there, right? One second. Bum bum bum. Sorry. If anyone is watching this at some point. One more thing, and I'm there. Like that. Sorry. Okay, so this is early stages, right? So I'm just trying to figure out. I think that one will definitely have this as well. So it should send something to that one. So this one takes the text section as well. It has that one. That's not a huge thing. You can just pick that one up. It gets the answer and it gets the evaluation, right? So I might have to put something here that actually says, okay, based on that one, is it a go or is it a no-go? But here we have prep improve agent. With that, so that one should have access to vector database, so it can actually get more info. Instruct generative AI on what to improve. Yeah. That could be a thing. That could be a way to do it. So instruct generative AI on what to improve based on evaluation. So it essentially takes the evaluation from the AI agent. Something has to There has to be a go no go thing here. And then these takes. So that's no hallucinations, no this or that. And then we're good. Yeah. So somehow it has access. Whoops. Should have access to that one. And it ends by info and instructions. That might have to be. The reason why I'm thinking here is that could also do the thing here. The question is, how many times do I want this circular things to happen? Ideally, at some point, this is what happens, right? So you have this agent that can figure it all out. That's not where we are right now. That's definitely one thing I have learned. Text evaluator. That's a nice thing to have. So just make it to the vector database thing and call this evaluator. Is your text good enough? And if it's not, maybe even an expert in instructions would be nice. This is the ultimate one, where it's all one AI thing that uses all the tools. Here it's more forced. So simply force it to use the vector database. That was one of the issues in the former or the previous versions. It wouldn't really use the vector database, and now the other people have issues with it. So it's just doesn't really use it unless it's you have to be extremely precise, which is annoying. I mean, sometimes these AI things, agents, are like talking to children. They really don't want to do what you want them to do. Anyway, decisions. I mean, I could make the simple one, where I just go through the vector database as it does right now. It's the generative AI, evaluate, and if it's not good enough, it directly calls a prep agent that just calls a new generative AI agent, so I don't have to deal with it coming back to the same. So I don't need the memory. Yeah, I think that's how I will do it. So we do. Just gonna redo this. Not text, not okay. Not okay. Then we hit this one. It still has a vector database. It still has this one. That's one thing I have to see. Okay. Cool. So if the answer is not okay, it goes here. That one goes there. There. So this one have to figure out what to do. Then we have another of these guys. Whoops. It's not okay. So we have to figure out what to do. Then someone has to do it. Instructions on what to do. And I might put this one in between. Huh. This one creates an answer. Now I needed the arrow anyway. The other one was better. Let's do it. Bum, bum, bum. I'm actually working. Try again. Something like that. New text. new answer. Because that one is going to do something different, I guess. Maybe I can do it like this. I think this will be my first real agent. This one should also have max 2 loops. Yeah. Then we'll just have to see what happens. So this is version 4. This is the current one, and that's the number 3 one. So now I wanted to fix the references. So this is basically, maybe this is done for next week. I have to build this one. That's probably just another agent that just puts out a go, no go, a yes or no. And then it takes an if statement. That's easy. One goes here and it just sends the whole thing. And then it goes here and says prep based on that one. So maybe I will do 2 agents actually. I will do an instruction. I haven't tried this. Generator that makes instructions. I don't know. Gather. Answer generator. Answer generator agent. Cool. Cool. Nice. Nothing in the chat for half an hour. Okay, so let's see what our religion, what it has. Yeah, something like that. I'll figure it out. So let's take the next one, the religion one. And it gives these horrible answers. Well, format-wise. So that was one thing I wanted to fix. And with that one. I need something to drink and then I will try to fix that. I usually don't do live coding. I don't know. Maybe I will install it on the other computer here that I'm streaming from. And I have a laptop with the AI on, and then I could probably install it. If I use external models, then it should not kill the computer. So I think I'll try to fix that. I'll start by getting something to drink and a little bit to eat. Not really dinner, just something. Oh, I don't want to make this on stream. Alrighty. Here we go. So now I'm literally on my other computer. Maybe that doesn't make a good view. So let's see. So what I want to do now is to try to make this pretty unreadable output better. And I should be able to do that. Doesn't look too bad. Overall assessment. Conclusion. Ah. Okay, I see the problem. So I'm sending an object instead of the text. Oh, it's gonna be boring as something I cannot say out loud. This is a minor change. Let me fix it. Then it's done. Right. Want the text. A web hook response. Can you help me? Current response body instruction is and the result is this is where I only want the text, not the JSON chars. Yippee-ki-yay! So what I'm gonna do now is one, fix the text so it doesn't look like crap, and then I want to fix the references afterwards. And it states something really simple. Undefined. It says, I'm using an LLM for this. Undefined. Question mark. I don't know if this would be interesting if you could actually see it. I'm not convinced. That one is fine. Wasn't happy with that. Well. Okay, save. That might work. Give me my other mouse. let's actually get something on the screen. So what I have done now is that I have changed to, I should have changed it. Let's see if it works. Let's just, what is eternity? Let's do something. Let's do something rough, a little bit rough. And it's running and it's there. So let's go to the AI. So this is the old version, right? So here we got all the output and all that stuff. So now it should look nice. And I don't know if it does, but I really hope. Oh my God. How much nicer is that? So that was the easier part. So what I want to do now is to fix the references. And I need to look up in a database to do that. Go. Whatever. Works without the zero. Something else. I do have you know what? I can just make it write the section idea. I have these ones in the text. That is a reference to an idea in my SQLite database where I can find information about the reference that it is. I need to find all the references, order to loop them or whatever, to look up the look up the reference, the database, 3, replace the text with the info in the database. We have to look up that section, the column named section ID. We need the info named source document and source section ref. Source section ref. Please provide me a suggestion for solving in init. Assume that you get the text, can get access to the database, and have to send the new text as output from the last suggested node. I love AI. It's so much more my style to just do this. Cheers. AI, what is the living being? AI, what is an innate? That's the program I'm using. It should know it. That's also another way actually to test things, just to give it some random things to test on. Okay, here's a lot going on. Okay, this is a classic text processing and data enrichment task, perfect for an innate. Here's a suggested workflow using several nodes. You have a node. Let's call it source text code. The output, the JSON containing the text for blah, blah, blah. We'll assume the text. Yeah, let's do that. You have configured your credentials. Yes, your SQLite table has named. What is the name of the table? The table is called, is named, where is it? Text chunks. Okay. Yeah. Anyhow. You know what? I will screw it, man. This is my current work flow. Da, da, da. Let's see what it does. I figured out the more info you can give it, then sometimes it's better. Oh my god. It's so horrible. Okay, I understand your existing workflow. It's a sophisticated rack pipeline. Nice, I'm sophisticated. Best place is between the code. Oh man, it wants me to delete things. I don't like that. What does that even do? What the hell? There. Really? Okay, I will actually break the agent right now. I'm not sure I want to do that. What is the living being? The living being is at its core an eternal, immortal, something that is. The living being is a human principle consisting of the I, a faculty to create, and which is created, what I usually call the created. That which is created. This unit is inseparable, and therefore the living being is an eternal, immortal reality. Yes, the living being also reveals itself as temporal and beyond temporality. It is a unit consisting of time and eternity. What? It is a unit consisting of time and eternity, the changeable and the unchangeable, respectively. That is correct. The I in the living being is often described as an eternal stillness. Yeah, because it doesn't change. The I is the core of the living being. The manifestation of the I in the form of its physical organisms is what is known as a living being. So that's the three principles. Brilliant. The living being can be described by neither the I nor the organism, neither time nor eternity. That's a real interesting thing. So if you lack one of them, you don't have a living being. That's the idea, and it got it quite well. Where did I go to? All the existing forms of movement we meet in daily life appear with living being as their source. So everything we meet is a living being, or has a living being behind it somewhere. It's not to say that the microphone I'm using is a living being, but there's a living being behind it somewhere who has made it. It hasn't made itself. The living being's experience of life is just as eternal as the faculty to create itself and the I. Ultimately, the universe or cosmos is a living being. The living being's experience of life is just as eternal as the faculty to create and the I. Yes, ultimately the universe or cosmos is a living being. So everything that exists is a living being. That's the idea here. The living being is the same as time and eternity, appearing in flesh and blood, constituting the accumulation of matter in a living organism. Each organ in the body constitutes a living being. Yes, Martinus states that lungs and different organs are living beings. The greatest living being is the universe. The greatest living being, the biggest one, but also the smallest one. Not greatest as being better, but greatest as being the whole thing, which is one single huge living organism. The living being can be nothing other than either loving or unloving, either big or small, for otherwise it would not be living. The living being can... That one I don't understand. Okay, Wacky did the... It seems like we lost the conclusion. Damn it. Why did we lose our conclusion? Because there is no conclusion, probably. Yeah, because I'm looking for a conclusion, and if it didn't write a conclusion, it won't be there. So in this one, there's probably a conclusion. Yeah. What is in a... It cannot answer that. I cannot emphasize enough how happy I am with that. Just says, I cannot answer that. Boom. That's it. It's brilliant. It's perfect. Let's see if there's something here we can ask it about. What is the eternal body? I can learn some English here. Other things. explain symbol 16 for me and tell me the title of the symbol. Thank you. What else do we want? What else do we want? What else do we want? I think this has the potential somehow. I can push that one. That one. No files yet. There are 2 files. Why does it not show? I should let it update automatically. I could fix that now, but I will not do that. I'm talking about these numbers here. Let's take the next one. What is the eternal body? The eternal body is a fundamental concept within the Martinus world picture. It is described as a structure around the living being's eye. Structure that can never end or perish. Okay, fair enough. Let's go to this one. Symbol 16 is entitled The Eternal Body. Wow. And the number of references is pretty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The symbol in its entirety represents the living being. Well, you know what? I think I'll make sure I don't break the machine if someone is actually putting something in the chat. And then I will, if I'm lucky, it won't take long to actually fix the references. I'll fix that. I might eat a little bit on the way. And we'll see what happens. I'll give it a shot, as the young people say. Or whoever. I got a couple more hours. So if I could fix that, that would be really cool, I think. So I should actually edit that one. Ask the AI about Martinus world picture by typing this in the chat. Question here. We need some happiness. Alrighty. Probably need something to eat at some point. So this is also a test on how it is to stream for whatever hours. See how tired I'll be. It's Easter week, so it's not too bad. I can do it. Got my mixer. I should have something if I haven't spoken for a minute, then this one starts. That would be funny. All sorts of stupid things to do. That's what I like. Anyhow, it's a little bit of a problem to do it on the computer because the screen's so small. Anyway, whoa. So now I'm killing the AI. Now it doesn't work. So if you write anything in the chat right now, it won't do anything. Nada. That's just how it is. Something is not working. It's working. Anyway, everything is all right. What is it I want me to do? What is it you want from me? Not gonna delete anything yet, because if this doesn't work, I want to be able to come back to it. Connect input from. Okay, so it wants me to make a code thing. I can do that. Code. This would be a little bit more fun if you could actually see what I'm doing right now. Extract all unique ideas from the citation markers in the text. Yes, mode run once for all items. Code. Okay. Okay. What is this? SQLite. SQLite. Update road, insert road, execute an SQL query. I can fix that. So what I've done now is I've already extracted all these sick whatever number. So I got them. So now I have to look it all up, I guess, in the database. Let's see what happens. Word. Using an expression. Yeah. I need to call that one something. That's not code. Screw it. I'm just gonna call it code A. Node A. The split out option. Bum, bum, bum. I have named the first node A. Really? And it seems to work. The SQLite SQL is not working. I have the right file. Set operations to execute query. So the problem is the query. Please help. Alrighty. You're doing okay. Lot of explanation. I don't need that. Looks better. It's working. Nice. So now I have the references. So now I know that sec 00187 is the Book of Life 1, section 269. Let me double check that one. There shouldn't be any issues with that. Yeah, looks like it is. Perfect. Nothing less than perfect. So what now? AI. Okay, so now we have to replace. This is too goddamn easy. In the old days. Oh my god. Then we do it like that. Do coding. I'm not coding, but that's what it wants me to do. Connect input from node B. Yes. Replace citation markers with DB info. Format final output. Run once for all items. That's a lot of code. This would have taken me, not gonna go into that, but it would have taken me longer time than this. Nothing happens. Okay, nothing is replaced. Need bum. This is an example of what needs to be replaced. Please ensure that the whole text is replaced with 2301. It's not even there. What the heck? There are more pages. With eternal world picture 3 point chapter 43. Coming from this data. Make my day, punk. Now I've found all that has to be replaced. I have the data. And what didn't work here was didn't replace anything. Yes, yes. Got a crap load. Oh, Jesus. What? So close, man. Nope, it's not working. Uh-huh. Okay. Node names are fine. I don't get the answer right now. There's no replacement. But no replacement. What can we do? Can you try just to replace something? Then can make it correct afterwards. Need to close the window. Best dinner ever. That's cool. I can do that. Nope. Damn. It's not working. No name A. Okay. Yes. is. Here we go. It's perfect. Or something. Then I have to do like this and that. I have to do like that. I have to do like that. So now something is working. Would it help? It help to change the references from that to I think I can make the AI do that. The text generation. I like to replace the whole thing, including and everything in between. Eating, working, and drinking. Working on the AI. So it is not working right now. Smiling. Do. Nope. In 25. Okay. Dinner. AI is making the AI. They're so polite. Yes, yes. Pooh. Nothing happened. Should probably have taken the references out. Didn't do that. Oh. Ah, that was me. Why is it so difficult? Yeah. And that can take and replace everything within the square brackets. I have to stop that. How could you find it the first time but not? Not now. Try just to replace the text with anything. This is the output with the new code. Close but no cigar. Don't know what is going on. It really should be easy, but it's not. Cool. That's working. Yeah, that works. That works. Thanks. Let's you find out what the next step should be. Smileys. I made the poor AI. Apologizing. So now we can find the references. So now we have all the references, we have the data, we have found it in the text. Now we just need to put the references in there. And that seems to be a little bit of a problem. And I don't know why. To me, it's 6 lines of code, but for the AI, it's like a lot. Jesus. Okay. It's 120. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, got it. So cannot compare what I have in the database. I mean, here is what's in the database. Oh. It is a text field. Did not realize you have not seen the database. Let me know if you need other info about it. Woo! Okay. Let's test that. 2079. What? So fuck? This database. In the section ID field column. Run here. The SQL finds 11 rows. Woohoo! I think there's an AI who is pretty close to a nervous breakdown. Jesus. Let's see about that. This is insane. I mean, I can try to rerun it. Pin. Pin. What the fuck? Best live stream ever. It's funny. We have some issues. Okay. References. Console logs. Okay. Don't know how to do that. Can you just match the last part of the text? E.g. then check for the 2301 part. That is good enough for matching. Then replace. Okay, I was trying to do the crazy part. What the heck? Okay. Start by changing node A. Okay. Let's not do that then. Agree. No change to node A. Supposed to take 5 minutes. It's essentially a search and replace that doesn't work. And it just doesn't work. It's a working. Doesn't work. I think I will put this on the other computer next time so it becomes a little bit more, so you can see what I'm doing. Let's I don't understand all this. Can we start by inserting the lookup key to see if that is correct? Not sure. I cannot see the yeah. I'm not buying those guys who just say, hey, just give it whatever you want, the AI, and it just does everything. That's not how this works. I think I spent like an hour on this, and now we are just not. Oh shoot. Yeah. We have the right key. This is fucking weird. This is weird, man. How do I see the console actually? Here, Chrome. No worries. How do I clear the console? Like that. Full match string, captured idea raw, generated lookup keys, checking final map, false. Can I copy all this? Not everything, just this. I got this doesn't work. I don't know. Output of this keeps on going like this, I'm not gonna go to sleep anytime soon. What? Do 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 do. I think I will bring cookies if this is working within 10 minutes. Because this has been a long one. Could do a full screen. Big change. I've now officially used 100,000 tokens to get this fixed. Hello there. Hey. Martin, welcome. Can I help you? I just saw your message now. I should have a ping or something on in my chat. I'm doing coding stuff. Building this one. Doesn't work. God damn it. I can make it work. I'm just trying to fix some references so I can return to that so it's actually working if you want to give it a shot. Give me a minute. I think it should be working now. Let me just fix one thing. So essentially what you can do is just to write it right. AI and then whatever you feel like. So it's kind of done, but I keep improving it. That's the idea. Are you interested in AI, or is it Martinus, or is it both? So now it sends the message to a bot. And now it's done. And because there's so much text right now, I could probably make a very short answer, but I haven't done that. So here, oh, that one. So there's one unprocessed one. And here comes the answer, but I have to process it as it is right now. I think that's, yeah, that's how it is right now. So it's working, but it can be better. And that's what I'm trying to do. And right now you can see there is these numbers in there. Section 1975. That's what I'm trying to replace, and it should be really, really simple to do that. But for some reason, and I have all the references in a database, but I can get the section number in the text and in the database, but for some reason, cannot figure out to replace it. I'm trying to get an AI to do that. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. But take a shot at it if you want. Do you know Martinus at all in any way? Let me do this. I should be using this one. Yeah. I should have a production version and a developer version. But I thought this was so easy to fix that why do it? Thanks for the subscription. It's very much appreciated. You don't need to, but thank you. It helps. Makes it worth sitting here. But give it a shot if you want to. Put it it's set up so it can only answer on specific documents. So if you're not asking about Martinus, then it will say it doesn't know about it. So whatever you feel like. Could do a new version. You can, I mean, you can ask it anything. It's essentially a chatbot behind it. There's the Gemini LLM, which is equivalent to ChatGPT, but I have done it in a way so it can only answer questions based on the work of Martinus. And I've done that in order to make it hallucinate less, make better answers, basically. So, but you can essentially, the way it's working is, let me show it. This one. It's this part. Let me just scroll out a bit. So essentially, if you give it the query, so you can just ask it something if you want to, just, like I did, right? This exclamation mark AI and then whatever. That goes into a query. It goes into a vector database. That's where all the documents are retrieved. And that then goes into an AI agent that, based on those documents it has retrieved, will give an answer. And if the information is not in those documents, it will just say, I cannot answer. And that's what I wanted it to do. I don't want it to just make up things. And then I have another step where it evaluates what the answer is from the other agent. So this evaluator AI agent gets the same information, and then it looks into the answer the generative AI agent gave. And if that's okay, I haven't done anything to stop it. So right now, just push it out. If we take the other one, you can see at the bottom here, there's a conclusion. And that's the evaluator AI agent that does that. It says the generated answer is accurate and well cited, accurately representing information found in the source document. There's minor inconsistency in the reference list with a few sources that were not used. It kind of says that all the time. Well, it's a setup where you could pretty much put whatever documents into this vector database you want and have it look up for that, basically. So that's how it goes. Well, it can be about any topic that has, you can essentially ask it about whatever, but it can only answer, it can only provide an answer with the information that is given in those documents. So you can ask it anything basically, but right now it's restricted to to just say whatever. And that's the whole point here. The AI that's behind it is actually quite smart in itself, but I don't want it to just go about saying whatever, because they come up with a lot of weird stuff. Yesterday I was working, well, maybe it was today, doesn't matter. I asked it to look through an outline, and I had it in a Google Doc, and I asked it if it wanted to see that, and it says yes, and I gave it a link because it asked for a link, and because I already had given it an outline, it just showed like it could read the document, and then later I come back and started up another AI, and I just gave it the link, and it just made up a complete an outline by itself about a topic that had nothing to do with my document. So they are hallucinating quite a lot, and that's what we try to avoid. And it's possible, so I hope it makes sense. I'll just give it a poke again. So yeah, you can ask any topic, but you might not get an answer. That's the gist of it. Yeah, that might be a try. I mean, give it a shot and let's see what happens. I'm not sure it will do it, but give it a shot. Just go ahead. What kind of history? Geography, I think, will be really... Don't know how to do it. So just do this, AI, and then whatever. That would be like this. Why? Yeah, exactly. You're pretty close. You needed the AI. Why? What? Why does something? Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it cannot do that. It shouldn't be able to do this, I would say. Okay, so what now is happening is that it's running. And let me see what is going on here. Then it's done. And let me try to figure out how to get these files. So here's the deal. Why does Oklahoma have a panhandle? I barely know what it is. I'm a Dane, so I'm not sure what that even is. Based on the provided documents, there is... One second. Let me be able to see the chat. There's insufficient information to provide a detailed answer to the query about why Oklahoma has a panhandle. So it doesn't know about this, and it's not supposed to. So it's not a general tool for any questions. But thanks for the question. Do you know anything about Martinus? He's a Danish author. Or you just generally... It seems like that's not what you want. Let's do one thing, actually. I don't know the answer. Does Martinus state anything about history? Question mark. AI. Does Martinus write anything about... What was the other one? Geography. All right. Alrighty. Martinus state anything about history? Here comes the answer. Martinus' writing touch upon historical concepts, though not in directly historical or chronicle matter. He viewed history as a form of psychology told as a world history, specifically referencing the Old Testament as an object. Yeah. Old Testament as an object lesson for all terrestrial humans. Blah, blah, blah. The history of the Jewish people, according to Martinus, mirrors the inevitable fate of all human beings, with the concept of being a chosen people or a master race being a common characteristic across different groups and individuals at various points in their evolutionary journey. Yeah, so he has sort of a few historical things, but there are no specifics. So that doesn't help a lot. Let's see what he writes. It's quite interesting, actually. He highlighted how the biblical object lesson. Okay, so he writes a bit about the Jewish people. Object lesson of the Jewish people's history demonstrated that pride goes before a fall. It's just that the action and beliefs of people, including their pride, led to a specific faith that must be experienced, showing that everyone must go through stages of ignorance and superstition and face the effect they have on the formation of the faith. The actions and beliefs of people in the past, like the Jewish people, mirror the same life errors and mistakes. Okay, we have read that. It was also connected the causes of war to a historical context that predates Christianity. He argues that the true origins of war lie in causes that originated thousands of years ago, with present-day conflicts having their roots in earlier periods where different moral principles and ideals than those currently practiced. Pointed out that the authorized moral principles of those in war, such as Christian, often contradict the actions of war. Not sure what that means. In Martinus' view, the idea of heroes in current novels, plays, films, and fairy stories is not mathematically or cosmically correct, because from a cosmic point of view, heroes do not exist. Yeah, so some of it might sound a little bit radical, but if that's how it is, then it has to be said, I guess. So that was history. I think that's pretty well written in a way. So let's try the next one. Geography. Based on, it's insufficient. Based on the provided documents, there's insufficient information to provide detailed answer to the query about geography. He does not write about that. It's more philosophy and spiritual science, whatever you want to call it. So if the AI starts with this, the rest is just blah, 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 blah kind of thing, because I asked it to start saying something. Well, no, I forced it to write 300 words. And so that's what it's doing, even when it doesn't have anything to say. Well, available information focus on Martinus well picture, including discussion of there's something with the globe. Address the development of world authority. Yeah, so that has something with that. Martinus explains that we are going toward one united nation with one government where we are governing. That is governing the whole world, basically. So that will be like there, when you have a country, there will be sort of kind of police that prevents the countries from going into war with each other and do bad things. So, but that's it's gonna take a while. Oh yeah, there's actually some interesting stuff in there. One of the documents describe how the tilt of the Earth's axis influences the living conditions of Earth. Let's see if we can write something about that. Tell me more about the Earth's axis influence on the living conditions on Earth. Just written about that. Shit, I need to get something to eat. Okay. I think it's time to go back to my project. So AI down again. Okay, where was I? Do 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 do. Unbelievable. Okay. The idea was to do a 5-hour stream just to test how it is to do 5 hours. It's working. It is working. So this is how you debug, one step at a time. It's ugly, it's annoying. Nope. How did I do that? Could I do it like that? No. Is the luck? Still doesn't work. Incredible. Okay. This is the 10th version of the final code. I actually think this one's working for some weird reason. Nope. Okay, so I need production version running on my laptop and the developer version running on my desktop. Shouldn't be. I have to install everything. Don't know how stupid an AI is. This is something I thought would take 20 minutes. It has taken a couple of hours. It's probably, I could have spent it figuring out what is going on. Honestly, I think it's just stupid. A little bit stupid. Also makes error in every single. I could probably have coded this myself. But I would have learned to, I had to learn JavaScript before I could do that. Okay, while we're waiting. Hats off to the guys who stream for 12 hours. That's absolutely something. Wow. Woohoo! Amazing. Amazing. Wow. Okay. Time to test. AI, what does Martinus state about Scandinavia? I got food incoming. AI, what does Martinus state about marriage? And I'll get my food. Alrighty. Oh, you didn't see what I wrote. Oh, okay, you can see that up there. So 3. Oh, that was the other one I asked about. This is the new format. Da, 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 da. It kind of ate all the references. Interesting. It's working. Oh. Ooh. It's flat out working. Da da dee da da dee da dee da da. Kind of success or something. First time eating on stream. Brilliant. I'm hungry. It's not perfect. Let's take the next one. It's killed off all the references. Maybe I don't need them. Maybe this is fine. I need to check whether they're actually correct. Missing citations. What are you talking about? Martinus discusses marriage in the context of the terrestrial human beings' evolution and spiritual development. He states that terrestrial human beings is organically bound to the opposite sex and can only love one being to feel paradisiacal happiness, while loving more than one leads to hell. Really? I don't know about that. Let's check it out. I spoke Danish. I have no idea why. 1568. $15. $15.68. Whoop. Stop. Why did that open? Trying to open my link. There we go. So Martinus is saying something about hell. Let's see if we can find that. At least it's not that long. This is about being male and female. So, but now the terrestrial human being is organically bound to cold winter zone of the spiral. Long story wise, that's the case. Its leaflessness consists in being, so it's a tree without leaves. It's the winter time. Consists in it being able to love only the opposite sex. Cannot love its own sex sufficiently for it to be able to feel paradisiacal happiness with this sex. And of all beings of the opposite sex, it must love only one being, its spouse, in order to have a feeling of heaven or paradise. If it loves more than one being, the poisonous flames of hell begin to lash out. And is it not said, for this reason shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And should the wife not recognize the man as her head, it is not said that here that the head of woman is man, she must thus be subservient to him and to him alone. There's thus no possibility of loving one's neighbor as oneself. in such a way that one has a feeling of paradise. The terrestrial human being is surrounded by an ocean of beings, all of whom are in fact its neighbors. So everyone around us is our neighbor, but is organically prevented from loving a certain part of them because they are of its own sex. And of the other part, the opposite sex, whom it is organically created to love, it may love only one being. That is the kingdom of heaven. That the kingdom of heaven is an impossibility for the terrestrial human being during its male state and female state here becomes evident. Okay, fair enough. So, let's get back to this one. It is also in quotes, the hell part here. So maybe it's okay. Marriage, according to Martinus, is often characterized by a short-lived honeymoon phase followed by unhappiness, sometimes because the couples have reached maturity where new interests arise, leading to a conflict with the promise. Okay. It's okay. Spicy. This indicates that marriage is shrinking rapidly, and many marriages end in divorce. That's not even a debate. He also states that it's not easy to be happy in marriage. In many cases, it's due to the love of children, a sense of obligation, financial circumstances, and fear of public opinion. Perfect marriage is a lifelong mutual, amorous, probably pronounced it wrong, love that makes all days of terrestrial life a honeymoon. However, in the current societal state, marriage often becomes a means of transferring from one relationship to another. Not sure what he means by that. Martinus asserts that the traditional view of marriage based on the Mosaic law is not intended to be eternal. Claims that the laws of Moses were divine for the time, but are not meant to be respected by all human beings. True fidelity, according to Martinus, comes from love, not from force. He also notes that the being's talent for marriage is degenerating. In the future, with the transformation of the sexual structure, all marital or sexual dramas will cease. Pretty well written. It would have taken me a while. AI, why are people getting a divorce? Huh? What the heck? Not what I wanted to see. That was some kind of error. Okay. Damn it. SQLite misuse. Wow. That's a problem. I will do a Google document instead. Don't tell anyone. After spending 2 hours. Come on. Go. People get divorced for a variety of reasons. Okay. Rooted in the changing nature of marriage and human relationships. Financial dependence, particularly of women and their husbands, can be a barrier to divorce for those who desire it. Many women might prefer to stay married even if the relationship is in a ruin due to these financial constraints. Number of divorces doesn't reflect all marriages that are mentally or spiritually dissolved. Marriages can end because the perfect marriage is not intended to last the entire lifetime. What? As it is initially during the youthful period of sexual maturity. Sometimes couples becomes unhappy because one or both are unsuited to married life. Sexual hunger remains unsatisfied. It can lead to seeking satisfaction outside of marriage. Okay. Let's start to close this one down. My first 5-hour stream. See how hammered I am after this. Don't know if it was fun or anything, but get some stuff done. So that was nice. I want to change it to so I can actually work. I think I will make these working sessions. So I will have a production AI running. So if people stop by, they can just use it. Yeah, I keep on posting long form. That's probably what I should be posting. Here's the last one. Still the primary focus, I think. And maybe do some shorts. But it's kind of funny to just do this thing. So why not? I don't know how well the long form videos goes together with streaming, but why not? This is also a way for me to keep pushing yeah, I feel like I need to have something new every time I stream. And that's good for the project. And it's also part of my day job to do the things. So it's not a big burden for me to do these things. I think got the setup fairly well. There's something how I manage my screens. It's just horrible. And no, it's not horrible, but I think it can be improved. So I might have to look into that at some point, because I'm moving things around all the time. And I got two fairly, a 34-inch and a 27-inch monitor, and it feels like I need one more. And then I also have the laptop next to me, so it's a lot of light. Yeah, I'll probably stream 2 times next week because it's Easter holidays. I also really want to push some of the normal videos. Yeah, the ultimate goal with the AI stuff is to write a Wikipedia kind of type of thing about a topic within Martinus world picture, the eternal world picture. And we're not there yet, but we have taken some serious steps the last couple of days. And if I can get the references right, I can start to retrieve actual information, which is both, well, I haven't checked the references good enough, but it seems okay. I have to go the whole way through back to actually see if what's in that section it's referencing, it's actually correct. And well, we did one, so it seems like it's okay. And right now it's really fragmented what it's writing. So yeah, I have the idea how to make it write an article, but I need a little bit more experience with it, and then just do it basically. It's could be there pretty quickly, and then I would also like to do it to get an AI in Danish, so I can show people in Denmark how it's going on, because there are quite a lot of Danes who are interested in this. So that could be funny, and then I will probably make it subscription only, so I have another channel. It would be fun to get to 1,000 subscribers on that one, but one thing at a time. So yeah, let's see. What else? Go and check out the video. Go out and check what is the command socials. Maybe that's not the command. Commands. It is. Go and check them out. Leave a comment if you are watching after the stream. Subscribe to the channel. It's really appreciated. Like the videos. Watch the whole thing of them. You can do, there's a playlist. I will link it so you can watch it all. Just leave it there. It actually helps the channel. It's a bit ridiculous. Of course, it's appreciated if you actually find the videos valuable. I'm really trying to push the quality right now, so who knows where it will all go. But for today, plus 5 hours, it's been an interesting experience. We'll see how I actually, how this actually affects how tired I am after this. I started at 4 o'clock, which was nice because now there are still some hours, a little bit time left of the day. So I can do that. It's working quite well. Not a lot of viewers, but I didn't really push it anywhere. I think the AI is at a state now where I would like to do that a bit more. Just say stop by and give it some, and push it, and maybe have a smarter setup so I don't have to push the buttons. It seems a little bit clunky, whatever it's called, but it's working, and I don't know how else to do it basically right now. I think it has to be, yeah, posted somehow, and I think it's fine that I control it. And then GTS, apparently there are some nice voices I can use with Streamer Speaker Bot, I think it's called, but I haven't used that. But now it's I have to do the references in a different way. It's just kind of horrible that you have an AI sitting in the references and then you have to put it up in the hard way afterwards. Anyway, let me go to full screen. I don't have a see you later screen, so I gotta make that one at some point. There's so many things. It's pretty cool. But I will try to figure out where to end this stream. It's right here. So thanks for watching, and yeah, subscribe, like, all those kind of things. And see you next time. It's gonna be Friday and Sunday if you're still around listening here. Cool. Bye.